The nasty warriors. Oh, Max, how's it going? All right, let's see what we can do today. All right. So yesterday, you're using Godot now? Okay. I still would rather use Unity over Godot, but whatever works. Doesn't really matter. So what was I doing? We're working on the targeting. Here I added reference. Like that. How was I gonna do that? I'm not sure. No, I mean, See, the problem is here somewhere. Here we are doing round targeting. And here we're checking if it's a collider. We can check if that works immediately. Well, it doesn't render, so not really. What if we do the same thing here? We set it to red there. No, still doesn't work. Why though? Ground target. Pathfinding mode, ground target. Is it not doing that? Yeah, I mean, if you don't need most of the things, then yeah. I mean, I don't really use the things in Unity either. So we are doing PF mode ground target. So why is it yellow? Oh, it's because I'm just doing that there. Right, so if we write else, we do that. Started, that's why. Yeah, no, Unreal is... Like, if you're gonna use Unreal, it's because you're gonna use Unreal, right? Like... The good thing about Unity is that you can kind of just use it like a platform to write code in, and then it'll handle like exporting and managing all of that shit. And it gives you the editor and stuff. Okay, now that works. Alright. Now the question is, what color should the AoE targeter be? I think yellow is maybe okay. Wait, how does this work? No, I think... I feel like I have to do what I was trying to do yesterday. But how? Because what I'm trying to do is we're pathfinding for everything, right? Like, we're pathfinding for moving, we're pathfinding for targeting. But... not quite right. So what's happening is that when I'm pathfinding for movement, you know, things work just fine. It's checking for a path between, you know, point A and point B, and then it just returns like a list of each tile in a line, or, you know, successively, and they all like link to each other, so you can just follow the first one to the last one, and that's all fine and dandy. But the issue arises when the fact that characters are 4 squares in size right now means that we're actually just pathfinding one tile, and each tile has been checked so that all 4 tiles around it are valid. That's the only way the tile can return valid. And then as we return the path, I then send it off to be rendered. And as it's rendering, the way it's done is I write each step out. Like, I make a square based on the first tile from all the 4 tiles attached to it. And all of those tiles count as edge tiles, so they get a little edge around them. And when that's done, I go to the next tile, and then what I'm doing there is I'm like overwriting the edges and writing new edges. So as it continues, it's like overwriting the old edges and writing new ones, so that the whole path has like proper edges. But this is first of all bugged when there's only one tile. Like if you're moving an object that is only one tile in size, that bugs out. Hello, Wayward Thief. And there's also a problem of when I have an AoE attack, and if I place that in like a doorway, if that is meant to like be like an explosion or something that expands from the center, that means that I don't actually like maintain the information that I need to determine which tiles are actually not affected. I feel like I need to rework some things here. feel like I need to make some kind of struct, like public struct a grid highlight. What should I call it? Instance container, maybe. Some bullshit like that. It's a very elaborate name. And what we need in there is need a public vector 3int position. And we need to have like public struct grid highlight tile info. And this needs to contain some stuff. Public byte edges. And then here we need to decide which bits are what. And I think typically it has been like 0, 1, 2, 7, 3, 6, 5, 4, like that. Bitwise edge. We can make an enum for this. Have I not done that? I think I've done that. No, I think we have an enum for it, but like a bad one. Yeah. We have an LOT direction there. Bitwise directions. 8-bit. You can't have numbers there. But then this should be top left equals 0. Top equals 1. Top right equals 2. Right equals 3. Bottom right equals 4. Bottom equals 5. Bottom left equals 6. Left equals 7. use bitwise directions. So I think this could be like bitwise directions, but I'm not really sure how that really works. Like if I store this as an enum, what is that being stored as? Is that an integer? I mean, that could be fine, actually. Maybe that's okay. And then we need a public grid color. Grid color. I think. I don't know if it needs anything else. But this needs public grid highlight tile info. Highlight grid matrix. Something like that. And the idea here is that what we're gonna do is we're gonna save each instance where we're trying to draw something on the grid. We're going to save that as its own instance in a list. And then we're going to go through that instance and check for the edges and then determine the edges that way. And then in the actual render step later on, we're just gonna draw them each one after the other, and then they're just gonna get like pasted on top of each other. And then if they overwrite each other, we'll deal with how to handle that ordering later. Something like that. But I'll be right back. There we go. I think this is gonna be a lot easier. Hopefully. The method I'm using right now is... it's honestly extremely complicated. Draw movement grid. Am I using that at all? I don't think so. Draw static grid. That's the one we're using, right? Here we're doing research, pathfinding, and that returns the tiles to draw. And this is where we might want to change it. Let's see. Because here we are only grabbing the tiles, and then in draw static grid we do generate bitwise grid, and then here we are checking if it's far away enough. And this is where I don't like it. Or here we're checking if we have the AP left, right? And I don't like that. So I want a step in between, or at the end of search. Because right now, search returns a list of vector 3 ints. And that's where yesterday I was trying to change this, but I reverted the change. So I'm not 100% sure. I'm just sitting here waiting for the Path of Exile patch. Keeping this channel open, just waiting. But I think I'm waiting, yeah. I mean, it's 4 AM there, so it's not coming. It's not coming today. Okay, so let's... What should we return? Because this is a list, right? I don't think we actually need the list, do I? I mean, maybe... Yeah, the movement script needs the actual Pathfinder list to determine where to move. That is for sure. I think this should also contain, like, the source. Maybe, but not sure. I wonder if this should be a class. Because if this was a class, then I could reference it, and then whatever created the instance can track it. This might be better as a class. And see, the annoying part is this. That here we're only getting the tiles to draw, right? And I just feel like it should contain some info. See here, that's what I did here. Pathfinder tile. Tile position. Grid color. Why did I stop doing this? I'm doing it the wrong way around. I don't really know what to put in there. Movement, targeting, environmental. What else could there be? I feel like you could have like just a highlight. And I feel like both highlight and environmental would have priority. I don't really know how to handle classes like this, like small classes. Like having a big script that just contains structs feels fine, but how do I handle like classes? Do I just make one called LOT classes and just slap that in there? Because I don't feel like they really belong anywhere. And I don't really want this to be its own class. Just having like a class container might be good. Why does it work here? Because of this? Yeah. Okay. So this is legal, I think. Just doing that. Really? Because I know it complains if it doesn't have the same name sometimes. But maybe that's because it's a mono behavior? I don't know. Does it need to have a container class? I don't really usually do this. Yeah. Like that. Nightbot's so rude, dude. I kind of want something like this. Public struct pathfinder results. And this should be a list of pathfinder piles. What else did I want in there? Like, why do I... Full path bound. Public Pathfinder result. Full path found. List Pathfinder tile. Pathfinder tile list. Jesus Christ. This is what needs to be changed here. Visited tiles. And then here. Here, this is getting added. So we are not really getting like a result for the target, right? So okay, so here's for targeting. So what I need to do is we need to record if a tile managed to find the path when we're doing targeting. Okay, so how does this work? Oh no, it's not gonna work either. Holy shit. Actually, yeah, it might. Okay, so the struct Pathfinder tile needs to have a public bool called edge tile, or just call it edge. Tile is an edge tile used to draw outlines between two edge tiles. No, that won't work either. No, it can work. It can work. It just needs to be... It just needs to be a bitwise direction again. Because then instead of it being an edge or a not an edge, it's going to be an edge that contains information regarding whether the edge is at the bottom or the top or right or the left, right? This is a little daunting. We'll be honest. See here, I have a list of visited tiles. And yeah, I guess. Okay, so that's like okay. The way it works is that all visited tiles, because it's pathfinding out in a circle, and all visited tiles get added to the dictionary, and then once we find the target, we then follow the link internally in the tiles, because they all link to the last tile that they visited. And then we follow that, and then the rest are just deleted and culled, right? So I guess that's okay. And then when we add it to the tiles, see here, this is where things are wrong. This should be a pathfinder result. Like that. And so, phone, be right back. Alright. Whew. There we go. Had to plug in the charger in my car because the battery's been fucked. Hello, Zidor. How's it going? Playing PoE2. How's that going? You're Titan now? Nice. The first Titan node isn't really, or when you only have the first ascension, it's not like super great. But you can take like the crushing blows or something if you want the big stun. And then you can actually respec out of those points later by just refunding them when you finish ultimatum later. And then you can take the middle one if you want. Or maybe you're happy just having a bigger inventory, you know? Maybe that's enough. That's fine too. Okay, so what we're gonna do here... Oh, you took the Aftershock one? Yeah, that's not bad. Life is good. But it really depends on the rest of your build, to be honest, but... Life is good. But the middle line, the one where you get inventory and small nodes are better, that one is almost mandatory, in my opinion. Like, it is so OP. But... yeah, you get 8 points. But the last 2 points might be hard to get. I haven't gotten that on any character yet. Yeah, it's pretty big. It's almost like 50% more everything. But if you take it, it's kind of hard to fit the other stuff in. But what it doesn't give you is more life. So the more life node is still, like, it is still good. Yeah, you can refund them, but you might as well just have the until you get all the points you need to get to the small node one. You can just stay on Aftershock, but yeah, you can refund them. Yeah, same as it's just a normal refund. Hooded man. So, okay. And I can send you what I'm planning. Made it online. I just see that it's right. This is my current plan. But my build is not, you know, particularly good or anything. I'm just trying to make it. I'm just trying to do something. Trying to make it work. My Titan is an armor evasion build. So if you go with this, you have to go with the hybrid armor evasion gear for it to be to work. And this is a rolling slam build. Rolling slam and perfect strike. And life regen. Hello, White Rice. What type of game is this gonna be? This is an RPG with tactics gameplay. Yeah, mine doesn't work with Bone Shatter at all. You can't play Bone Shatter with crushing impacts. Your hits are crushing blows. You literally can't. It doesn't work. But yeah, right now I'm trying to... I've been working for ages now trying to fix like AoE targeting and proper grid highlighting for movement targeting and stuff like that, and trying to figure out the best way to get this to actually work. So what I'm gonna do here now is tiles add temp lock target. So this is the end. So what we need to do is we need to do something like pf results dot it's not public. Pathfinder tile list dot add new Pathfinder tile, and that's gonna be new vector 3 int. No. That just needs to be temp block dot position minus temp block dot offset. And then here we need to determine like how far off is it? See here, if we say bool int this temp distance equals all we need to do is we need to check like oh Jesus, man, this is so hard. What if I add like the amount of steps taken? To a location. I already have that. Am I using that? Current steps plus 1. I am. Alright. So all we need to do then is we say if how does this work? When we find the path, okay, it gets added to the target. All right, fair enough. Well, just mostly continue getting damage. Some parts of the game are just harder than others. It mostly comes down to gear. But having regeneration is like the most important defensive layer as a warrior. If you don't have that, then go take those little red nodes near the start. And yeah, you need area of effect if you're slamming. Yeah, that's area of effect. Mostly on Earthquake. But the ice explosions and stuff, that's a different setup. I don't really know how to do that, but that's like a bug. Alright, so I think we should have the information we need. So basically what we need to check is don't get fire skill points. As long as the nodes you're taking say melee or attack damage or like two-handed damage, that also scales fire damage. If you take things that give you bonus fire damage, like if you look at your skills, if you look at perfect strike, a perfect strike converts 80% of your physical damage into fire. If you then only have like a bunch of fire scaling, then you're only scaling like 80% of the skill. While if you just get attack damage, it scales the whole thing. And in the same manner, you should just have physical damage runes on your weapon. The elemental ones are for like low level. They just make leveling easier, but they're trash level at high level. Because they don't scale percentage wise. Yeah, you should always have at least two 20% increased damage runes on your weapon. Unless the weapon is like specifically not a physical weapon, which is pretty rare. All right, so if temp block, which is the target, dot steps is greater than obj. What is the input here? Yeah, obj dot, no? What, is this a different script? What is this? Oh, it's in the pathfinding data here. There, okay. pf data dot object script dot action points remaining. Then here we're gonna set the let's do this pathfinder tile, pf tile equals and then here we're gonna say temp color equals grid color dot red. And now the next problem here is managing to figure out what this is. Like, I still need to record whether it's an edge or not. How the hell do I do that? Holy shit, this is so difficult. All right, so we have the structs. And let's see. We have locations, right? A location has an edge bool. The edge bool needs to be an edge byte. So this needs to be bitwise direction edge. This isn't how you do it. I have one here somewhere. How do you do it? Let's see. This isn't actually correct. So, okay. I think you type it a little bit differently. No, you just do that. All right. So here's how you do it. Right now, I've set the bitwise directions to be like this, but they should be like this. So top left equals 0. That's incorrect. Top left should be 1. And top should be 2. Top right should be 4. Right should be 8. This is 16, 32, 64, 128. And that's because we are using a this. So 0 means there are no edges, and 1 is there, 2 is there, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. Yeah. That's how you do that. And that breaks like everything, but all right. Start is completely unused. No, no, no. Wait, what the fuck? I'm in the wrong place, I think. This is... No, this is pre-search. That was AoE search. And then here... Position, parent, offset, steps, and then here we need this is now left. This is a little annoying. Let's just do that. And then here we need an if statement that says if and here we have to do this. So if the object has the size of 1, then every edge is 256, right? Why can't I type? Okay, it's 255. Alright, should this just be a uint? No, it should be just a byte, I guess. And we just go here, we say byte. And then we just do that, and then we say else. We might not have to do this. We can write something like if x equals zero, then we're gonna say bit direction dot no what was it called? Bitwise direction dot left. No, it just needs to be plus equals. But I do prefer that, I think. Or should it be an integer? We're gonna do bitwise operations. And then we're gonna say if y equals 0, then bottom. Then we're gonna say if x equals 0 and y equals 0, then bit direction gonna be that plus int bitwise direction dot bottom. No. This is gonna be bottom left. That's what this is gonna be. And then we have to do this. If y equals 0 and x equals pfdata.object script. Can we just store this, please? Vector to int object size equals entity data.object size. Like that. And then we can just type object size.x. Then we know this is bottom right. And then we copy all of these. And then we say if x equals object size dot x, then this is right. If y equals object size dot y, then this is top. If both of these are object size, then this is top right. If this equals 0 and this equals object size dot y, then this is top left. And let's do these in the correct order. So top left is there. Top goes here. Top right goes there. Right. Oh, can we just do this? Yeah. It wasn't any easier. Bottom right goes there. Bottom goes there. Bottom left goes there. And left goes there. Alright, so we have everything here. I'm gonna do this. Hello, Rapier. I'm fine. How are you doing? Let me do that. Like that. And then lock.edge equals bit direction. That way we now have the edges inscribed, basically. Write some lore. Alright. Sounds good. What's the right one to build stun more quickly? Stun buildup? Yeah. Threshold, that's for you. That's a defensive stat to get stunned less. How do I stun bosses? You hit them. The little meter at the top go up and then they get stunned. Little yellow meter under their health bar. So you stun them, and then you use Infernal Cry, and then you perfect strike them. when it's filled up, they become stunned, and then it starts going down, and then they have stun resistance for a while after that. And then you build it up a lot slower for a while. When it's a little bit more orangey, then it goes back to normal. Yep. Alright, so now we have this. Now what? Ugh. I think I need to go for a little break. So what we need to do now is, after we generate this, all these nodes, I need to go through them in the same manner I do kind of when I'm generating the grid. And we then need to create the result. Like we need to create the grid that needs to be rendered later on. I think I have most of the code. And I think it's kind of just moving where I'm doing things to some degree. It might even be doable in the next step, where I'm already doing it, as long as we get more information. More or less. But it was bugged before, like it didn't actually work. So what I need to do is, before, I was just kind of comparing the edges to each other, and if there were like two opposing edges, then they would cancel each other out, and then that would like connect the tiles. And that kind of works, mostly. Or, that wasn't exactly how it worked, but it's mostly how it worked. But what we should be doing is I should be iterating over it using the pathfinding, and just be like, okay, is this tile connected to another tile? And if so, then we just move the edge to where it's connected. And then I generate the grid from that. Because if doing it the other way works, but it only works if the object is consists of more than one tile only. And that also means that any targeting that is like maybe it's like a line of just one tiles, like maybe you're shooting an arrow that just goes like through one tile or something, that doesn't render properly. Yeah, I'll be back in a little bit, probably like 15 to 30 minutes. Takes a little while to take a walk, so I'll see you soon. Actually gonna take a trip to the grocery store, so it'll take a little longer. back. I pretty much solved the problem I was having like 5 minutes after I got up to get out. I think. No, we just need to do it. God damn it, it's so warm in here. It's 20 Celsius, but there's no way. I'll try pushing it another hour or so, I think. Every now and then I see someone mention OSRS, and I'm like, oh, maybe I should do OSRS again. I can never get past that point. Holy shit. I don't think I can ever do that. Last time I only did that because OCAB haunted me into playing OSRS. Hello, ho ho, how's it going? Yep, trying to get back to it. Yep. More precisely, it's, I mean, it is using pathfinding, but what I am doing here is I'm working on the, really the same thing I've been working on for a while, the grid generation, or the highlight generation rather, so that it highlights the path correctly and highlights targeting correctly and stuff like that. But a lot of problems have popped up, so I have to rework some things. Man, how should I do this? This is so hard. Yeah, my reward, yeah. The hardest part, like the pathfinding, pretty simple. Rendering it, pretty simple. The problem is rendering edges properly. Because you have to determine where the edges are. And it's so hard. Because it's not as simple as like it has edge cases that makes it really hard. Like if we have a grid like this and we have an object here and this is the player. All right. So as we're pathfinding here, trying to figure out where we can walk. Now it's gonna go outwards like this. And then when it reaches here, what's gonna happen here is that it's gonna start going like that. And then we end up there. And then when we are here, this is where things get interesting. Because now, every tile proliferates out in each direction. So what's happening here now is that we're going to be checking here and here, right? And that might seem okay, but what if this is the last step? Or if it ends up being like this, kind of. And this is the last step up here, and this is the last step down here. So in reality, there is an edge between here, right? Like that. And now, because otherwise, you know, you can just write out all the tiles, put it on a grid, and then you just check for edges, or you check for empty tiles or collision or whatever, and then you write an edge next to it. But what about this shit? Like like this is where things become really hard, because it could be that this is fine, that there's no edge here. In reality, it actually looks kind of like this. Right? So because our objects are bigger than just one tile, I have to pathfind in sectors, kind of. So you have top right, top left, bottom right sector, because we have to pathfind out from the corner and the edge, right? So here, if we end up with this, right, I could check, like, maybe make a check to see if it's in a, like, this is a different sector or something, or then get rid of this from there or whatever, but it has been difficult. The actual pathfinding was pretty easy to write. I don't know what a Dijkstra algorithm is, but probably most pathfinding is the same. If the pathfinding itself works just fine, all you have to do is, you know, instead of just checking if the tile you found is valid, you know, checking if it has collision or not, you just check if that tile plus the surrounding tiles that you need to place objects on, if that has collision or not. That's really almost all there is to it, kind of. It does store how much space is between obstacles instead. Yeah, no. Pathfinding is fine. It's just the reason I have quadrants is because if I just pathfind from the bottom left, it's further up here than to down here. So I really just try to pathfind from the edges there so that we can get the correct distance and offsets and stuff. Pathfinding is extremely simple. You just need to find like some good tutorials Because once you have it down, it's actually quite simple. All you do is just step out from the origin in all directions, and then from those locations you then step out in all directions as well until you find the destination. And instead of storing them as just positions in like a dictionary, you make sure that they point to each other. So whenever you proliferate a tile out, all of those tiles point to the origin, and that origin points to its origin. And that way, when you finally find the point, you have you can just get rid of all the other tiles, and you just have your path. That's pretty much all there is to it. Except for like whatever optimizations or special functions you might need. See, the main problem here right now is that as we're pathfinding... Hello, Regulite. As we're pathfinding, we are actually only pathfinding like this, right? So we go here, and then we're pathfinding, we're checking the bottom left tile, and then we're checking the surrounding ones. But we're only saving this. So we're only ever saving one tile, because we know that its surrounding tiles are valid, right? So we always only have one. And that means that the edges are different for its neighbors. So I can't just save this tile's edges. What I'm gonna have to do, I think, is once we have the path, I'm gonna have to go through it and check every single tile, and then check them like against each other, and then like cut them out kinda, and generate a path or a grid based on that. Surprised you managed to make that for yourself. Most people make an A-star, Jigstra, red first, etc. tutorial. Yeah, not that bad. Like, the pathfinding itself is the easy part here. The problem is drawing the edges. Like, it's the edges that's hard. Otherwise, the pathfinding has been functioning for ages now. But yet getting it to function correctly the whole way, that's been a pain in the ass. Like, I can pathfind, the object can move, I can target enemies, and all that properly, but this part, not so much. What do you mean by edges? I mean this. So, assume this is like displaying where you can move in a tactics RPG, right? What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to render edges around the edges, so it looks like this. So it looks nice. You know? And determining where those edges are is a nightmare. So sometimes it needs to be like this. Like this. Hello, Beano. Among Us. So, my idea here was that every single time we take a step, the step determines whether it has an edge. I mean, actually, I think it still could. What if instead of having a byte to determine what the edge looks like, what if we have a byte array? And then it technically doesn't need a size, because the edge would contain that, but I prefer having a size. Because then we could store the surrounding tiles as well. We just need the we have an offset. Offset is so 0, 0, 0 equals the tile position is the bottom left tile in this location. Uh, 1, 1, 0 with a size of, I mean, it could have a size. A location could have a larger size, and it probably will. But let's go with like 5 there, with a size of 2, 2, 5. No, it would be 4. would mean the top right corner at the back of the rect. That makes sense. But yeah, that's basically what that means. In reality, I think this would be better known as an origin. Or some... I don't like the term origin necessarily, because that could refer to, like, maybe it's origining from another tile, or origin point. Because there might be like holes in walls or whatever that might be too small for certain objects to pass through, for example. Oh, you know what? Nice to be comfy, but I need to stand. My ass is fucking killing me. I wish I bought the electric motor. This, and I did do this. We have to duplicate this. Put it right standing. And then we add yeah, it's manual. It sucks. I also have a manual adjustable height desk. Yeah. I mean, it's not that bad, you know, but I still wish it was automatic. Oh. All right. Alright, we need size. That's what we need. Yeah, I also thought, you know, it's gonna break, or... my other reasoning was that, like, my cable management isn't the best, so I was afraid it was gonna, like, pull down some monitors or something. But I should have gotten the automatic. And you can't change it. Like, I emailed them and said it, like, asked them if it's possible to change it, but now you have to buy a whole new table. Actually, I didn't check if they sell just the legs. I think maybe they do. I wonder what that costs. Not a big deal either way. I think that's the one, I think. Nope. I don't think so. Not there, at least. However, I think you can buy that somewhere else. I could just buy the legs. Just... yeah, there. It's almost as expensive as the whole desk with the... ah, whatever. Not worth it. Nice music. Thanks, Despis. It's some random AI slop from YouTube. Let's see. We need to assign the size. There. Okay. And now we have a million errors. cache that. And the size would always be the same size as the object. At least, not necessarily for targeting, but for moving. Something like that. And now what we need to do here is because what's happening here in this section, this is where we are initiating the pathfinding. So this is gonna have to be something like this. I think. The origin doesn't really matter here. What we need to do is we need to set the edges of this. So instead of object size, nah, let's just use object size. It's a little bit tricky because it is actually in 3D, but The 3D doesn't really matter. I don't plan on having any enemies hanging from the ceiling, hopefully. Could be doable though. I'm just not sure if I should bother with Zed. I should. Can you do for each? For each eye, light eye in. I don't usually use this. Was there something about like you can't modify the? Yeah. So it needs to be a for loop. All right. Well, that's kind of annoying, but what we'll do is we'll simply set. We'll simply set it here. So byte. No. Block dot edge x1 y1 z1 equals 0. I think it's probably initialized to 0 already, but just to be sure. Bye, Albine. So all we need to do is that. And it'll get initialized there. Vibing hard? Hell yeah. Random AI music. That's the vibe. Something like that. I am reaching the end of my abilities today. I think this is the right direction. Because what we're doing now is... Now we got... We got this right. And what we're doing now is we are generating the edges on it. So we have like one tile over here, let's say. That looks like that. And then we also have another one up here that looks like that. And we have another one over here that also looks like that. Right? So we have a list of tiles that really only contain the bottom left position, but we're now including the origin point, so if it's bottom left or if it starts in the top right. And we also contain the edges for all the edges. So let's say if it was a larger unit that's moving, it can then look like this. And then you might have the origin point here, or there, maybe, because it's going up in the top left. And then we would still have all the edges. Like the middle one here, it doesn't have an edge, because it doesn't... It's just set to 0. And what I have to do next now is, after we have generated this and pathed all the way back to the origin point, I then have to go through them, and I have to compare this one to this one, and then we have to compare edge against edge and see which edge should be changed on both, maybe. And hopefully that's enough. But it becomes a little bit trickier when, for example, you're drawing this, the whole thing, right? Like this is only for drawing the path itself. There it's kind of easy, but when I have to generate the whole, like, this is where you can move grid, we then have a path from this back, we 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 have a path from this back, this, etc, etc. And there it might become like really clunky. And we might still need a boolean here, because what I used the edge boolean for before was to determine just that, you know, like, is the tile that we're pathing from here, is that the final step? You know, are we at the end of the movement? And that final final tile, the last tile available, or the furthest most tile in any given direction. The final tile is used to determine what is an outer edge. When generating a range grid. Oh, it's something like that. Children are screaming. Foreign language. So this is then bool final tile. This dot final tile equals final tile. Final tile equals false. I don't know why I'm doing this. I mean, I kind of do, but not really. Right. So, what should I write here? Because, like, I'm already forgetting what I'm doing. So, for next time. Oh, tomorrow's gonna suck. I have to get up at, like, 5-6 hours earlier than I usually do. I think 5. And I have to drive the car to the mechanic. I doubt I'll be able to get back to sleep after that. I genuinely don't know what I'm writing right now. No, that's not true. I was gonna say only the final tiles for range generation would have edges, but there might be like obstacles that you're pathfinding around, and those would also have edges, so... Actually, for range generation, it's easy. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. Kind of. Maybe. Because if we're generating a range, all we would need to do yeah, the custom pathfinding already works. That's all good. I'm literally just trying to make it draw outlines around the edges. I'm not kidding. It's literally 10 times harder than the fucking pathfinding itself. And here, like, there might be a hole here. Then we'd have to have edges around here. It looks good. I don't want it to look like trash. And no, it needs to look good. So there are actually reasons for it to have that, because if you don't have that, you end up with this scenario. Here, you can only stand here or here. You cannot stand here. Without edges, you can't tell that you can't stand there. Why are the two different zones not a different color? Because they're not different zones. That's only for the internal logic. Like, it's just the pathfinder. Like, this is just a range where you can move. Like, if this was like Final Fantasy Tactics or something, you know, it would just look like this. You know? Like, this is where you can walk. So, now, here, if I don't have an outline, then you can't tell that you can't walk here. That's just bad. Yeah, they are for the player to see. The only reason I have quadrants here, the way it was, that's for the internal logic. Are you not hiding the squares you can't go on? Of course. But like, you can walk like this, right? You're pathfinding up Your character goes around here. And it goes like down here. But this is the end of your movement points. You can't move further than that. So you can't actually stand here. But your character can also move down here. Up here. He can stand here, but he can't move there. And again, if you don't have any edges, these two sections will just be rendered exactly the same. It'll just be blue tiles, because you can stand here, and you can stand here. And I can't hide this, right? Because you can stand there. Just not the whole character can't stand here. I mean, the one thing that you might be confused about is the fact that in like a typical JRPG or whatever, like in Final Fantasy Tactics, your character is just one square. So you can either walk on a tile or you can't, right? You know, you go there or you go there or whatever. But my characters can be larger than one square. And that's why, like, I can walk half a character length up here. Or down. Or right. So... But even if it was just like that, you know? Even if it was just a system like this, you would still need something. Well, no, you wouldn't. Because if you can go there, you can always walk there. From either direction. So no, it would be fine here. But not here. Because this is half a step too far. Why are they bigger than one square? It's an art problem. So if the characters are one square, that means that every tile has to be one square large. And it introduces a lot of problems when it comes to showing like edges and stuff, you know, like because our characters are so big. Gonna have something up here. This one. How the fuck do I open this there? Do I select everything? I don't know. There. So because our guys are so big, if it was if we only used one tile, then what would happen if you had a wall here, for example? Like, let's set this to 48 times 36 or whatever. So fucking hell. She can stand here, or she can stand here. But if that's how we are decide to do things, then what if here you have a wall? Like, what's that wall gonna look like? Every single wall in the game is gonna have to be like massively thick. Thicker than a human, no matter what. Or you can like draw it like this and make the walls thinner sometimes. But then you have like this whole section of floor here that you can't stand on at all. So it just looks like shit and feels like shit. So instead, I just opted to split them. So now we can have thinner tiles, and the characters can stand in ways that don't feel as dumb. and the art still works. But like it's not really a huge problem, except for this tiny thing. Like otherwise it just works fine. Otherwise, in like every other way. But we're almost there. I mean, I did have it working, but my solution didn't work for if the object was the size of 1, then it didn't work. It only worked if it was 2 in each direction. So that needs to be solved. And how far would you say you've come with the game? Well, I mean, these are the systems. And after that, you have to actually make all the levels and all the encounters and stuff. But the systems are honestly pretty close. I need to do this. And then I'm gonna implement like some abilities. I have to program the abilities manually, you know. But once I get like, because there will be a bunch of different abilities. You might have like a self-targeting one. You might have one that's single target. You might have one that targets the ground, and you know has a cast time. And once all of those are like functional properly, then just making more of those is easy. So I need to do that. And after that, it's mostly like small stuff, you know, like victory or losing, you know, what's a victory condition look like? Making that work properly, which should be pretty easy. You kill the last enemy, you win. That sort of stuff. And then we're gonna try to cobble together a combat prototype, and then gonna make the prologue of the game in Unity. And after that, I'm gonna switch it over to Monogame. And yeah, I'm still doing the programming. Do you have any idea how impossible it is to get more programmers? Like, it's not possible. We'd have to blow up big time to be able to do that. Are you making a game for a company? Nah, we are a company, but we're a startup. We're a small company. We're called Battle Damage Studios. Captain Kibbs is the head. He runs the Bickering Bunch channel on YouTube. And we have a bunch of artists and got a musician and whatnot. We fund it through the YouTube channel and Patreon and stuff. There are a lot of programmers who literally don't do anything other than learn. I honestly, when it comes to game developers, that's the majority. Like, they just do things to learn, but you don't want someone like that. Because the thing is, like, if I'm gonna bring someone on, just my rendering code is 4,000 lines long in HLSL, and then I have to fucking teach some guy who's like barely getting paid properly because we can't afford it, so he's on like half time, if even that. He's still expensive as fuck, and then I have to like get that guy to learn all of my code, and then I'm gonna have to manage him every step of the way. You know, I was burnt out all last year. If I have to manage that, I'm gonna be burnt out for another year. I can promise you that. And like just the main code here, like almost 6,000 lines. All custom stuff. I'm not using Unity. Like the rendering is not done via Unity. 4 years of experience is not going to be enough. Because 4 years experience of what? Unity development? I'm not using Unity. Like it's done in Unity, but all the code is separated from Unity. Almost all of it. I'm rendering the entire game using a compute shader, which means I can just transfer it over to literally like any other engine whenever I want. It's mostly just some small things like fetching the mouse and stuff like that, or keyboard input, whatever. Like that's what I'm using from Unity, or like its update function. But that's like C, doesn't matter. I am using some game objects for the editor UI, which is a problem actually. But I think recreating that wouldn't be that big of a deal. I just need to make a new window system. But I can't run the game or anything right now because it has a bunch of errors, so I can't do anything. But like here in the editor canvas, you can see here there are a lot of game objects here for the windows. And that would have to be generated via code, I imagine. Which isn't that big of a deal, to be perfectly honest. Anyway, I think that's gonna be it. Yeah, you can... The thing is, even getting help, it's so difficult because it's like, okay, what is this guy gonna program, and like where? And I'm not even sure like how to plug in like the UI system or whatever right now, because it's not like I'm experienced at like working in a team of programmers either. So it's like, oh boy. But I can tackle it. I just need to get back to it from being burnt out for forever, which hopefully we manage. Anyway, I'm gonna go and try to eat something. So I might stream Path of Exile later. I might not. We'll see. Probably will. Anyway, thanks for hanging. I'll see you around. Bye-bye. I know it was a joke, Rapier. Don't worry.